Hello. So, excuse me. The revolution is being televised. Um, their latest news: Khamenei on Twitter/X basically confirmed that thousands of people have been killed. So there's no doubt about that. Um, I was listening to regime propaganda to know what they're saying. They're saying that uh, a lot of the civilians killed were actually killed by the protesters. Bullshit. Um, we're looking at tens of thousands of people dead, and apparently hundreds of thousands of people injured because, frankly, when they have been shooting into when they've been shooting into crowds, they haven't been really shooting to kill. They've been shooting to maim and basically to mark people for having been in the protests. And apparently, at least a few people have been executed in the hospitals. I'm sure people are being arrested in the hospitals. Trump has said that Iran has promised not to execute some 800 people, something that Khamenei and state propaganda and the Chief Justice have very vociferously denied. They are very clear that they are intent on executing large numbers of people in what they call justice. So the let's separate executions from what's going on in the streets. Iran has in the past tried and executed large numbers of people in the Islamic regime in the thousands, and they are continuing that. They are, and I expect, especially as things become more and more dire for the Islamic Republic, that the pace of executions is going to speed ahead. There are thousands of political prisoners in Iranian jails. Unless something happens, I expect them to be executed. At the same time, the death toll of people who have apparently died in during the blackout because of indiscriminate or maybe even sniper fire, but mostly indiscriminate firing into crowds is already in the thousands. Some are claiming tens of thousands. I will give you my predictions, and we will know if I am wrong in a month or two. I don't see how the Islamic Republic bounces back from this. I don't see how they are going to reopen the internet. They tried that on a limited basis for 2 hours um, earlier today, and all of the national television stations were hacked, and for a span of about 10 minutes. Anonymous has claimed responsibility for the hack. I don't see how the regime survives this, and I don't see how the numbers of dead is going to be less than six figures. There are going to be more people killed in this fall of the regime than were killed in Gaza. I don't see how. Certainly civilians. There are reports which I have heard from denials of from credible sources that large scale foreign fighters are being imported to help with the crackdown. I if that is true, this would be one of the best possible military targets that the United States and Israel could have. Frankly, any sort of transport bringing in foreign fighters would be very welcome targets that could be drone striked very easily, and just having those corpses in Iran is going to embarrass the Islamic Republic, and frankly get rid of people that the United States would have to worry about in any other situation. So like great targets if they exist. Frankly, if they exist, I would be surprised if the United States and Israel aren't taking them out, which is the only reason I have to believe the denials. Yeah, I don't know what else to really say. Here, Jan God is the only one paying attention to me, so let's see what he has to say. Mike Pompeo wrote, I don't really care what Mike Pompeo wrote, but okay. Happy New Year to every Iranian in the streets. Oh, by the way, apparently the regime has been signaling that their intent is to keep the internet down until Persian New Year, which is in 2 months. They might do that. Also, to every Mossad agent walking beside them, maybe that tweet was the problem. It's supposed to be secret. No. So this is actually something that I wrote. I got a shout out from one of the hosts on the Lotus Eaters, which I was very proud of, because I have been sending him information about Iran. The particular person, Stelios Panagiotou. I hope I hope to possibly have him on my channel one of these days. But he is the person I respect most at the Lotus Eaters, and he gave me a shout out during their coverage, and he asked me for my response, and um, one of the things I said was, I think the analysis was pretty spot on. Pahlavi doesn't even try to deny that he has Israeli and American support. If anything, he plays it up to give him self legitimacy. The fact is that while Israel and the United States would certainly prefer him to the Islamic regime, and he is the best candidate available, he simply hasn't ever been viable before now. Honestly, he has never been viable before now. That I never thought of him as a viable candidate. I do now. Um, Despite his posturing, it is quite possible that attempts to install him would fail. People are grasping for straws, and he is the only one available. Um, Israeli and American support would not hurt him generally. I think this is something a lot of people misunderstand. The regime's hatred of Israel is not one of their popular stances. So in Saudi Arabia, for example, the regime itself would like to be friends, or at least not antagonistic towards Israel, but they have the Arab street, right? They have the public opinion to worry about. Pretty much the opposite is true in Iran. The regime really hates Israel. There are certainly many people in Iran who hate Israel, but the consensus is, and again, as I've said many times before, after Mag, or even maybe more than Magbarik Dictator, which means death to the dictator, one of the most common chants on the street has been Nagaze na Lebanon, Janam Fadai Iran, no to Gaza, no to Lebanon, my life for Iran. There's definitely a lot of Iran firsters who are very, very much opposed to what they see as a humiliating, expensive, and stupid attempt to go against Israel. And that their money is being wasted on. And this is part of the reason that the regime is falling, right? So I would say the three biggest reasons why people oppose, well, let's say four, why people oppose the regime. One, they don't like the incessant meddling into their lives. That a command economy and that's why the song that the lyrics became of that song. I mean, I would recommend actually listening to the song. What was the name of the song? Let me ask Grok. What is the name of the song? The lyrics. Zendegi Azadi came from. Baraito, I think maybe, or maybe I'm thinking of something else. Let me, instead of guessing, Baraya, yeah, Baraya, by Iranian singer Shervin Hajipur. Frankly, I wish I could play it, but one of the lines is Baraya Zan Zendagi Azadi, which I mean, Grok is claiming that the chant came before the chant came before the song, but I was under the impression that the song came before. Anyway, back to what we were talking about. So people are really if you listen to Baraye, it will tell you some of the cheap complaints that people have had for many years against the Islamic regime. All of the complaints that that song Baraye has are still complaints that people have, and they're complaints that are not really going away, although the Islamic regime has always been able to dial back how oppressive and meddling and interfering they have been in people's lives, which is one of the reasons I never thought the the protests had serious legs. And I was never one of the people who was like, oh, this is going to happen during those protests. In fact, if I remember correctly, and I think I do, what I consistently said was, yeah, it's not cute to have protests, but what's your alternative? And there wasn't one, right? So the repression has been there. It's been there for years. And yes, it is boiling over, but like, what are you going to do? A second factor, which was the motivating factor behind the beginning of the current protests, was the hyperinflation, the collapse of the real, and the fact that a bunch of store owners just closed their shops, because what do you do when your shop, right, you're gonna sell something, right? You want to sell this apple, right? However much, let's say I want to sell an apple for 5 cents, or even $1, like let's say $1, right? I'm gonna sell, and this apple belongs to my puppy. That's why I have an uneaten apple here, because puppies like apples. Anyway, back to the apple. What are you gonna do with like you have an apple shop, right? And like an hour or a day after you sell the apple, all the money that people gave you is absolutely worthless. There's no point in buying Apple, certainly, as a merchant. And like, are you going to sell your apples for things that are worthless? Right? So the bazaar in Tehran kicked this off because people were like, I can't sell anything, and they were closing down the bazaar. Make cider, get drunk. That's illegal in Iran. Both the cider and getting drunk. Sorry. Unless you're Jewish or Christian, then you're allowed to make sacramental wines. And trust me, plenty of sacramental wine in Iran. Well, nowadays they just drink alcohol because people are sick and tired, but whatever. Next thing. It was the crash of the real. Next thing is the impending drought that is completely and utterly the fault of mismanagement of an incompetent Iranian government, and something that a lot of Persians, including me, think could be easily reversed by technology from Israel. Um, the fact is, the Islamic regime has been living off of the fumes of um, the um, the regime, the Pahlavi regime, and the economic gains, um, and the selling of oil that really took place, and the building up of technology and the military that was mostly done under the Shah. And people see um, a lot of that being just depleted and going away, and that's not something the the current regime can fix. So the drought is actually emblematic of something bigger, but the drought. And then the fourth reason, um, I would say, is a is being very fed up with a government and a country that is sending billions of dollars that they don't have to try to export the Islamic Revolution to other countries. And like the Iranian people are like, I don't want to be at war with Saudi Arabia and Israel and the United States. I don't want to be funding Hamas and Hezbollah and the Houthis. And so when the 12-day war was so humiliating, that was one of the things that like people are like, F you, we're tired of you. So the idea that Pahlavi being close to Israel would count against him with a certain percentage of Iranians, yeah, maybe, but that's actually his biggest drawing point is people are like, hey, he has Trump, he has Netanyahu, and we want to be with Trump and Netanyahu, not Xi and Putin. And there is a sense of defeatism among, I would say, a majority of Iranians who don't truly believe in that independence is a thing that can be achieved by Iranians at all. So, yeah, that's all of that to answer your question. Is it supposed to be a secret? No. What if Putin wrote Happy New Year to MAGA and to every Kremlin agent standing beside them? The Democrats would, who cares? Like, that's, you are trying to, you are painting American love of independence on a country which simply does not have that level of national pride and ideas of independence. Jacob, why do you want World War III to happen? This is World War III quality inducing stuff. A, I don't want World War III to happen. B, I don't think this is in any way World War III quality inducing stuff. If anything, I think the fall of the Islamic regime would make the world a much better place. And I have no idea how that would become a World War III inducing thing. Remember that when Ahmadinejad said that the U.S. used weather modifications against Iran, yeah, he said a lot of stupid things. Okay, did I talk enough? I have no idea what I've said, what I haven't said. Oh, one thing I wanted to note is I have been seeing a lot more serious policy discussions coming out. There was a discussion between Neil Ferguson, HR McMaster, and a third guy whose name I don't know, but who's here. Let me go find the video. The World According to Trump by the Hoover Institution, talking about our military in Iran. The third person is John Cochrane, which I'm guessing he's somebody people care about. John Cochrane, American economist, senior fellow at Hoover Institution, went to MIT and Berkeley. Okay. But H.R. McMaster, and frankly, I really like Neil Ferguson. I think he has great insights. But that's one video, and let me link to the video so you guys can go see for yourself. And I saw Harvard also had a policy discussion. Videos have been coming up from a Middle East forum where they have had actually knowledgeable Iran scholars talking. So the really my optimism, I am not known for my optimism, although I often find myself being too optimistic. There seems to, like, in the past few days, like I said, Harvard, Brookings, or was this Hoover? People are making serious content about our military options. I think a lot of people on Twitter and various hotheads have been talking about taking out Khamenei. I don't see any reasonable person advising Trump to do that, despite the fact Khamenei has been spending the last couple of days on Twitter trying to enrage Trump to take him out. Ali Khamenei is 86 years old. He has been hiding ever since the 12-Day War. And he's supposed to be the Rahbar, the supreme leader of Iran. At this point, I think he would love nothing more than to be killed by Iran and Israel. And frankly, I think a lot of people in the IRGC are plenty willing to let him go if they could. He's more of a millstone around the neck of the Islamic Republic than he is an asset, I believe. There are plenty of people that the United States could take down. I don't believe that Khamenei is one of those people. His son, Mojtaba, maybe. That would be interesting. I think Ayatollah Larijani is the Chief Justice. I don't know these Ayatollahs. Ayatollah Larijani. Maybe I'm thinking of something else. There's plenty of there are many people that the United States and Israel could take down. I don't see I think they're called the good fellows, not the odd fellows, but yeah, it's I mean, it's good when McMaster actually makes it. Otherwise, I would just rather listen to Neil Ferguson speak. But it's one of the few places where, it's one of the few places where you can hear H.R. McMaster speak. And H.R. McMaster, he's solid. I think he's absolutely solid. Although I've heard people who disagree with that, but whatever. Um, I think it's worthwhile listening to him at the very least. But there started to be serious discussions. So what are the options? If we can turn on, I don't know if we have any capacity to actually turn on the internet in Iran. To the degree that we do, if there's any military option, uh, like this is a technical question I don't have the answer to. What could the U.S. military do in terms of either hacking or an actual kinetic um, strike of sorts? People on the ground who could turn the internet back on even for a few hours, right? That would be huge. That would be absolutely huge. I hope somebody who understands internet infrastructure better than I do it knows the mechanisms by which internet services provided within Iran and how it has been disrupted and how it, like, where the spigot is and how exactly you turn it back on. But that would be huge. And frankly, I think that's one of the few things that would be very big. If there are foreign fighters, yeah, taking out the foreign fighters works. I saw that Israel, what I believe has to be Israel, was going around and identifying leaders of the IRGC by spray painting their names, titles, and addresses near their homes so that the public would know who lives where, and crowds could gather. Yeah, that's that's brilliant. The Those are the types of things that I think Iran could do. A lot of people are calling for action. Reza Pahlavi wants the IRGC to be declared a terrorist organization by European Union countries, and there are people who are talking about European countries severing diplomatic relations with Iran over the number of people dead. Frankly, I just don't think the vast majority of people believe that the number of people who are dead are dead. It's just not registering. We are looking at definitely thousands of people dead, possibly tens of thousands of people dead. And it's just not registering. Like, people don't understand what that means. And part of that has been the problem of one death is a tragedy, a million deaths is a statistics. So there have been attempts, especially by monarchist monarchists on the internet to give name and face to individuals who have either been killed or are being threatened with execution. I think that's a brilliant strategy. Unfortunately, like, we don't have the names of these people. Yeah. I'm wondering how impactful the water situation is. It hasn't gotten back bad enough that people are having trouble when they turn the spigot getting water. When and if and when that happens, which frankly, if there aren't um, if there aren't any rains in the spring and into the summer, um, it appears to be a serious situation where Tehran may need to be evacuated. That like I don't see how the regime recovers from where they are now. I honestly I have no idea how they recover from where they are now. And the fact that Pahlavi is being seen as a viable alternative is making it happen. Um, I don't know what you people are talking about, but I just want to announce that the Patriots are going to the Super Bowl. Carry on. Okay. Yeah. I know nothing about the Patriots, and I know less about the Super Bowl. They probably just shut down the routers. Which routers? And how could the United States put the ISPs back into operation? That's my question. Um, I'm imagining if NorCal ran out of water and stopped shipping it to SoCal, that there would be riots in LA and San Diego. Well, the problem is kind of larger than that, but yeah, Tehran. Like the thing is, this is something that has been brewing for years. Um, Internet disruption is the easiest plan to apply. Unfortunately, yeah, I don't know what the United States can do. Mainstream talking heads have been pretending the Gaza death toll hasn't budged for like 18 months. Um, yeah. The edge routers that connect to external providers, I'm sure they're happy keeping national sites. I don't. I just don't know. I hope the Aryan people get their independence from oppressive rule. I'm against getting involved, but I'll admit our involvement would probably help. And we're already involved. Like, yeah, um, yeah, we're already involved. It's like, yeah. Um, okay, I am going to drop the link and see if anybody would like to show up and talk, because I am tired of speaking. I have been speaking for way longer than somebody like me should. Here, I will give you lyrics of the song Baraye from Grok. Hopefully in English, but I'm guessing it's going to give me the lyrics in Farsi. Yeah, it did. But it also gives um, a translation approximate based on widely accepted versions. So Baraye means for. Um, and he gives a lot of reasons why. Um, so, for dancing in the streets, for the fear of kissing in public, for my sister, your sister, our sisters, for changing the rotten minds, for the shame of being broke, for yearning for an ordinary life, for the scavenger child and his dreams, for this command economy, for this polluted air, for Valiasr Avenue and its dying trees. Valiasr Avenue is a major thoroughfare in Tehran. For Piruz the cheetah and um, the threat of extinction for innocent banned dogs. And yes, walking dogs in Iran is illegal now. They banned them. Um, Actually, rather uh, recently, which is kind of crazy, but whatever. For the endless crying, for the images repeating this moment, for the faces that no longer smile, for the students, for the future, for this forced paradise, for the imprisoned brilliant minds, for Afghan children, for this endless tier list of fours, for all these empty slogans, for the rubble of shoddily built homes, for feeling peace, for the sun after long nights, for nerve pills and insomnia. Um, Probably a better thing would be for SSRIs, antidepressants, and for Prozac. That's what he means by Corsa. So, um, for homeland prosperity and man, for the girl who wished she were a boy, for woman life freedom, for freedom, for freedom, for freedom, برای آزادی. Yeah, برای مرد میهن آبادی. Oh, Mihan Abadi. Mihan Abadi means um, nation. Well, it means nation building, but he means like building your own patriotism. I think. Let me see what Mihan Abadi actually means, because I only went to first grade in Iran, and that was many years ago. Mihan Abadi. It says homeland. Mihan is homeland, but um, Abad Abadi means building. Mihan Abadi. Hold on. I think I'm parsing the word correctly. My Farsi is not that great. Sorry. Uh, uh, Don says, unfortunately, we only have one lance. This is true. Involvement of other countries will not provide the narrative that Iranians need. I'm not sure about that. Yeah, we've been involved for a while. I just wish we weren't on principle, but this is one of those occasions where I can totally see it working out and everyone treating it as reason to be Earth Cop. Yeah. um, what are the chances that the country could divide into two or three different countries? Pretty much zero. That's not a thing. Um, not going to happen. Um, Iran is not a very centralized nation. That does not mean that anyone has any taste for multiple international relations. Um, yeah, that's not going to happen. My Farsi is not that great. Humble brag. I don't know if it's a humble brag. I mean, I was born in Iran. Like, um, Ayatollahs always had intel support. I don't know how fair my belief that Carter puts the regime into into its where it was is to him. But yeah, I wasn't exactly sad when he died. Um, Yeah, I would play the song, but I think play the song on my YouTube channel. Am I going to get a copyright strike? Yes, there's a very high likelihood you'll get a copyright claim via YouTube's content ID system, and depending on how you use it, could escalate to a copyright strike if disputed or mishandled. So, yeah. You guys can go listen to Baroye by Shervin Hajipur yourselves. Honestly, in my family, if you didn't speak multiple languages, people always assumed you were kind of slow. I think, I mean, I was surprised to learn that a majority of people speak at least two languages. And then I remembered, okay, yeah, in the United States, it's pretty rare. But in the rest of the world, like everybody speaks at least two languages, pretty much. Is it the same song 2C has been playing over and over? He doesn't seem to be worried about copyright. If I remember correctly, 2C is playing a song that's a monarchist anthem. And yeah, that's not a, I mean, it's also not a very good song. Whatever. Um, MI6 preventing World War III by betraying the US. I have zero clue what you're talking about. Bye. Baluchis want their own part of Iran, Afghanistan, Pakistan. I really don't think so. I really don't think so. Um, I don't think the idea Iran could fall apart is real. I mean, maybe if the regime falls and like the attempt to install Pahlavi is um, But yeah, that's basically the only thing I can see. Uh, well, I mean, I'm just gonna sit here quietly with a kitty on my lap and a puppy on my feet, um, and you guys have fun. I am looking at the news, and um, no, the internet is not back on. Um, if you're seeing Iranians on social media and Discord, they're probably using Starlink. Um, it's, I mean, this sort of materialistic historical analysis is just old and silly. Um, when do you think there will be an economic recovery in Iran after after the regime is gone?
Hey, real quick, I need to get my charger. Just so if I black out, I might. Let me see if I can find my charger. Um,
Oops, I was muted. Hey, Kirk. There is no official Chabad house in Iran, um, although uh, Chabad is probably more active in Iran than you would imagine. Not incredibly, but um, yeah.
yeah. So I'm really, I'm really worried about what's gonna happen if the regime falls. Um, because the main thing that I'm worried about is my theory is, and tell me if this is like insane speculation on my part, because you know more about geopolitics than I, but I'm worried that if the regime falls, I think Russia and or China will involve itself in trying to prop up a puppet regime.
I I'm sure Russia and and China will probably try to prop up factions that are more like they do in every country. But people have this idea that you can impose um, governments on, like, people have this idea of like these stooges that are completely under the control of one country or the other. Like, that's not how the world works, right? So yeah, probably Russia would prefer the Mujahideen Khalq, or I don't know, um, maybe maybe China would prefer that the religious Shia people in Iran have more voice, but like, a, it's not that obvious which one would be better, and b, you can't make things up out of whole cloth, which too many people imagine you can. And so yeah, like, I cannot imagine how a the fall of the Islamic Republic. I mean, it's the Middle East. Things can always go from bad to worse. It's possible, but like, if anything, um, Saudi Arabia and Iraq would be far, far more likely to have influence, um, external influence, than China or Russia, because like, what are they gonna do? So
Yeah.
yeah, not something I'm concerned about.
So I think that might be true for Saudi Arabia. I don't necessarily know about Iraq because Iraq's not that wealthy.
It's not a question of wealth. Iraq, Najaf is the official headquarters of Shia Islam. Um, Ayatollah Sistani is the senior, um, like, he is, to the degree that anyone could be called the Pope of Shia Islam. He actually is it. And so his the the influence of um, the influence of the clergy in Najaf is already not small in Iran in general, and it will never be small. So like, yeah, like, that's a much bigger thing than the silly economic, like, I'm sorry, I'm so tired of like the um economic theories of political science and history. Like, economy is important, sure, but it's one factor among large numbers of factors which affect how a society governed and run. And I'm not even sure it's the most important factor. It's certainly not the only factor.
Yeah. Um, I'd have to think about it more. It's just the reason I brought up wealth is because I was under the impression that if a country's not wealthy, then it typically will focus on its own needs before it interferes in other countries' affairs.
Well, yeah, you would hope. But bordering countries, regardless of their wealth, always have a an interest in what's like what the country that they are bordering, and Iraq and Iran have extensive history. So um, yeah, Iran, Iraq and Iran are always going to have uh, important relations between them. What exactly the nature of those relations are isn't like may be different, but um, yeah, Iran, Iraq really does affect Iran.
Yeah. I would be interested in seeing what Nassim Taleb has been saying about this because to my understanding he's Lebanese, but I don't know what his whole perspective on the or anything is.
He is, but generally, most of the things I have ever heard him say about geopolitics has been incredibly stupid.
Yeah, I've heard that he said some things about Israel that are
I mean, it's like his view of geopolitics is just laughably bad, and he doesn't care because, like, he doesn't care. He has the FU money that he wants, and so he doesn't care what anybody else's opinion about anything is. And yeah, the man lacks any sense of intellectual humility.
okay. Yeah. So another thing that I've been thinking about recently is if the regime falls, do you think there will be a new currency or like how do you think this will affect BRICS? Because to my understanding, BRICS includes Iran, right? That's BRI Iran.
I don't know that much about BRICS. I mean, if the real right now, the currency as it exists is pretty worthless. Um, I don't know if there. I mean, I don't know if there's much point in making a new currency. They're certainly going to be like printing new dollars, right? I mean, new real, but that's more a question of like whose picture is on the currency than whether it's whether it's like um, a different. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, that I mean, the reason I ask is because basically, to my understanding, so Iran joined BRICS, and I was thinking that if the regime falls, and a more pro-Western regime arises naturally, which I think is a real possibility, um, then they might, yeah, want to distance themselves from BRICS. But if that's the case, then I just wonder if that will mean there will be a new currency or like how to deal with inflation or whatever.
I, monetary policy is not my strong suit. So yeah, I don't know what to tell you.
Okay, and that's fair. I mean, that's one of the things I love about you, Jacob, is that you know what you don't know.
I try to. I try to. Yeah, I
Um,
prefer not to say. I would like to think that I don't talk about things I know absolutely nothing about.
well, 99% of the internet is not like that.
This is true. This is actually quite true and unfortunate. Uh,
Yeah. So I mean, I hope that a pro-Western thing will rise, but I don't know. I really don't think anyone. I really don't know if anyone knows what the outcome of this is going to be. Um, I would say a prayer, but to my understanding, you don't want this to be a prayer stream.
Yeah, I mean, I I can't say I know, but I can say that I know enough about history and politics to say I don't see how the Islamic regime um, continues to rule after this, which is the scary part because um, I also don't see, unless they fall apart too quickly, and there's been very little sign of that. I don't see how um, they don't take uh, maybe tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people with them, which, I mean, it's I think it's just so insane that the world will not be able to even comprehend it, and it will become a footnote that people just don't understand, and a statistic that is meaningless in terms of like people actually being like, oh, they killed thousands of people, and
Yeah.
that's bad.
Yeah, there's a quote I've heard attributed to Joseph Stalin that goes, "What one death is a tragedy, but millions of deaths is a statistic," or something like that.
Yeah, I quoted it. I'm not sure it's actually a Stalin quote. It doesn't matter. It's true.
Yeah. Are you looking something up?
Nope. I am playing Minesweeper. I was listening to a Persian news station as well, but
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, Yangat is saying the I is India. Okay, so I might be wrong, but I don't know if. Okay, so I don't know if Iran is part of BRICS. But either way, I still don't think that's necessarily relevant to whether or not there will be a new thing. Because even if it's not part of BRICS currently, I could still see reason for why a post revolutionary um, government would make a new currency, namely to reduce inflation. Because you were saying, Jacob, that it's mostly worthless.
Yeah, honestly, I'm not that aware of monetary policy. I probably should be more than I am. But what? Yeah, yeah, don't know.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So Young God is saying Iran is part of X. Okay. Do you think Starlink will go down?
Well, I mean, they're jamming Starlink in Iran. I don't know how. Um, like, what I have heard is 30 to 60% of packets are being lost. Um, I I don't know what that means because I don't know what that means. But I know that they're trying to keep Starlink up, but the fact is, I mean, the regime is going to have to reattach the internet eventually, and I don't know how they do that in the current situation.
Yeah. I mean, and that's a fair point. I guess we'll just see. I just don't know how successful like jamming technology is, or whatever. Um, yeah.
Yeah, all I've heard is that 30 to 60% of packets are being lost, which makes it sound like that would be really shitty internet to me. But what do I know?
Packets like packages.
So yeah, I mean the way the internet works is that information gets gets like chopped down into smaller packets and sent across the internet and then reassembled wherever it gets. But when you're losing 30 to 60%, like, I don't know. I don't know if HTTP is good enough. I think FTP can deal with it, but like FTP is, you're talking about things people just aren't used to using anymore. So I don't know if packet loss that large is something that modern protocols really deal well with. So I don't know.
Yeah, yeah, and I don't know also if there's any sort of like if they have to use like VPNs or anything like that, like
Yeah, a lot of people do use VPNs, and so yeah, like I said, I don't know. I wish I did, but if the United States could bring the internet back up, that would be huge.
do you think the United States should try to bring the internet back up?
Definitely, yeah.
I agree. And I think if the United States did that, there would be enough. I mean, this is personal speculation on my part, so don't take this as gospel. But I do think that would incur favor with the Iranian population, such that there'd be a more conducive environment to a pro-Western regime rising. I'm not certain about that, but yeah. Just get you up in chat.
Iran is getting help from Russia and China to snoop the locations of where the Starlinks are. Yeah, I would be absolutely unsurprised about that. But at the same time, I also don't know how. I mean, apparently there are some 50,000 people using Starlink. Like, that would be pretty hard to come up with. Andre, right? I believe this is Andre. How you doing? It's been a while. Haven't talked to you in a long time.
Yeah, I would call myself cool man, but I feel like a kid at heart. I still live with my parents and all that.
It is 50,000 people on Starlink. Yeah, I mean that's what the internet tells me. Let me ask Grok, because I ask Grok everything these days. Where's my Grok? There's Grok. Where? As of January 18, 2026, reliable estimates indicate that Iran has approximately 50,000 Starlink terminals dishes in use, providing internet access to a small fraction of the population amid the ongoing nationwide blackout. And I saw somebody that was like talking about peer-to-peer networks. Is there peer-to-peer cell phone apps functioning in Iran?
Yeah.
Hello, Nicholas Vincent.
Go make a disciple, my
Hey,
brother.
Jacob, thank you so much for letting me on.
You are very welcome. There was something in the background.
Okay, yeah, I was actually about to start a Bible study with one of my friends, but he invited me on, so I can wait like 10, 15 minutes.
Okay. I don't want to interrupt your Bible study. Bible studies are important.
No worries, it hasn't started yet.
So what's up? What do you want to talk about?
Yeah, so I recently got received into the Orthodox Church, Eastern Orthodox Church, and I was watching
Which
like
patriarchate?
which patriarchate? The
Yeah.
OCA, Orthodox
Okay.
Church in America.
Yeah.
And yeah, I found your channel because Father Stephen pops on here every now and then, and like most of Ortho bros like me watch all of his YouTube content. And
Okay.
yeah.
Father Stephen doesn't like the term ortho bros, and he uses
Yeah, it's
that.
more of like a derogatory term, like sort of belittling myself.
And on this channel, we use ortho bros only to talk about people who have not actually been dunked yet. Have you been dunked yet?
No, I was only chrismated.
Aha. Oh, but they received you into the church.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're, as far as the OCA is concerned, you're dunked.
Yeah, there's like a little bit of a debate between Orthodox churches as to whether everyone should be rebaptized, even if they were baptized before. But my priest said to just be chrismated.
Listen to your priest, who should be listening to his bishop, and don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah, I'm not going to argue with my priest.
Good job. Yeah. So you were saying you listened to Father Stephen?
Yeah, that's how I found your channel. And then, yeah, I'm about to start reading the Old Testament. Like a little bit of the background of like me. I grew up like sort of atheist and then became agnostic, like learning about the universe and fine tuning and all that. And then, yeah, I came to Christ just because like of the historicity of him and his ministry, and then read the New Testament. And so, just getting into the Old Testament, like for me, I'm honestly a bit scared just because it can seem, I guess, like to me, not as real. Although, like I know you make a big point to like not examine the Old Testament with like a historical sort of like factual point of view. I know like a lot of it is like myth and in storytelling, and so yeah, I just wanted to like learn from you because I've learned a whole bunch from watching your content on the Old Testament, just like how to go about starting the Old Testament.
Well, honestly, thank you. That's one of the greatest compliments anyone's ever given me. I'm sure you're aware of the whole Council of God podcast Father Stephen does, which is his Bible study.
Yeah.
I highly recommend. So Yale has a certain number of their courses on YouTube, and Christina Hayes taught their introduction to the Old Testament, and I thought that was a really good introduction. So you can find that on YouTube. Actually, let me see. Your mic's kind of loud. I'm gonna mute you. You can unmute yourself. Yeah. So Christina Hayes, her class on the Old Testament, I think that's a really good one. As far as like my general advice to people approaching the Bible at all is think of it not as a book that you read beginning to end. Think of it as a library, right? There's a bunch of books here, right? And each book, there's a reason why it's a book, right? And there are different genres. I don't know if you've read Father Stephen's book, The Apocrypha. I actually think this might be a really good read for better understanding how to approach the Bible. But like, excuse me, Proverbs is very different from Ecclesiastes, is very different from Song of Songs, is very different from Deuteronomy, you know? And so, first of all, approach it in terms of this is a library with a bunch of different genres. And so like I think the worst thing people do is they decide they're going to read the Old Testament and they start at Genesis and they sometime around Leviticus they end up petering out. While like the 5 books of Moses I think are incredibly important, if I were going to do that, I might do more along the lines of Genesis, Exodus, Deuteronomy, and then Leviticus, then Numbers. Right? Or even start with Deuteronomy and then Genesis and Exodus, right? But yeah, think of them as separate books, right? And yeah, I would distinct. I mean, in Judaism, we very much distinguish between the 5 books of Moses, like in a very real sense, the 5 books of Moses is the Jewish canon. Like that's our Bible. We read that every year. That's what, like the Torah scroll, it's treated completely different from the rest of the Bible. Doesn't mean I don't like the rest of the Bible. I love the rest of the Bible, and it's, you know, it's prophecy, etc., etc., etc. But the rest of the Bible, as far as Jews are concerned, is read as commentary on the 5 books of Moses.
Sort of like what the Gospels are to the Christians.
That's what Father Stephen says. That's part of Father Stephen's understanding of, and part of the reason he doesn't like how Protestants look at, especially the letters of Paul. Like, there's plenty of Protestants who would, in a very real sense, especially the dispensationalists, will say, "Oh, Jesus was talking to his time. He wasn't talking to the church. Paul was talking to the church." Right? And this blows a lot of people's mind, but that's what a lot of dispensationalists actually believe, right? And so, especially among Protestants, like the letters of Paul are the meat and potatoes of what Christianity is, more so than the Gospels, right? And I mean, yeah, that's a whole other thing, but that's part of why. I mean, so when I first encountered Father Stephen, I imagined that he had a lot of knowledge of Judaism, and he does have a lot of knowledge of Second Temple Judaism. But I thought he had also studied modern Judaism, and he really hasn't. But because he understands Second Temple Judaism so well, he understands modern day Orthodox Judaism in ways that, frankly, I think a lot of Christians don't.
Yeah. And may I make a point about how my understanding of how Judaism understands the Bible versus Christianity?
You can try. I don't know. We'll see how you do.
Okay. So, to my understanding, another difference between Judaism and certain interpretations of Christianity is that Judaism does not regard scientific and religious questions as in the exact same domain. So, for example, to my understanding, within Judaism, when we read something like, and I'm a Noahide, which is a whole thing, but anyway, so my understanding is that something like Darwin's theory of evolution is compatible with Judaism because you don't have to interpret the age of the universe in a literal, non-interpretive lens. Does that make sense?
That would definitely not be a distinction between Judaism and Orthodox Christianity. It would. Okay. It might be a distinction, certainly with fundamentalists and Protestant fundamentalists. Andre, all blinged out. You are so blinged out down under. How you doing? Long time no see.
Good. That's not even all my chains. I've got a herringbone gold chain that's got my crucifix on it.
Aha! I didn't realize you wore so much bling.
I fell into some money after selling music gear a couple of months ago. I moved house. Probably last time I spoke to you, I think I said I was still moving, but 2-3 months ago, finally got the move done, and there was 3 days, well, 6 days straight. I was moving everything, 3 days without sleep each time, and as soon as I got everything moved and got my bed set up, room set up, and like could actually sleep in my room, I looked down at my Nike Air Force Ones of 14 years, and the heel was cracked in half. It literally split in half, and I went, and I just sold a sampler. So I went and got a new pair of Air Jordans, which are right here.
Okay. Well, I want to give Nicholas a chance to ask any of his questions before he has to go for Bible study.
Yeah, you gotta leave around 8. I think I asked you this before. You said it was like a big question. Like my main concern right now with the Old Testament is that, like, I believe in it because Christ references it, and like we believe like he's the fulfillment of it. So if Christ hadn't come yet, like what gives you faith that the Old Testament is true? Because I've heard people say that characters like Moses and Abraham like weren't real people.
Okay. So I will say I think the greatest, I mean, various people have different views of this, and that's why I would say this is such a big question. Okay. So one of the things I would say is the fact is that the survival of Israel through the centuries is Israel. I don't mean the country, like the modern nation state. I mean Israel as the corporate entity of the Jewish people, right? And so, for example, like if 70 years ago you had said that people from all over the world are going to be coming to the temple in Jerusalem to pray, I'm not sure people would believe you, especially in the middle of World War II, right? But that's precisely what Isaiah does say. It says, my house will be called a house of prayer for all nations. And we see, like, today, that's like Jerusalem is the focal point of pretty much everybody, right? And so I think that's definitely one of the points for the Old Testament, and looking at the veracity of Judaism as something rooted in the teachings of Moses. But ultimately, as Orthodox Jews, right, I don't expect people who aren't Jewish to necessarily have that connection with God through our Bible. I do think that the God of Israel is the God of the entire world, and for me, it's very reaffirming of my faith when I see Muslims and Christians, billions of people around the world, through no real attempts on our part as Jews, right? They also, like, what everybody agrees on is that, you know, the 5 books of Moses is Bible, right? That the 10 Commandments was revelation of the Creator God in the world, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, right? And so that certainly is a part of it to me. But because I believe that my God is the God that created the world, it doesn't matter to me if you're reading Genesis or not, truly. It matters to me if people who are not Jewish believe in one God, believe in a creator God who created all of us as human beings, who rules this world, and ultimately is the God of which we can ask the question, hey, why did you create the world the way it is? We want to understand and we want to know you, right? And so much of the works of the prophets, especially the minor prophets, but also Isaiah, Ezekiel, right? These are works which say, hey, look at the world, look at how history and the world has existed, and recognize that the entirety of the world, when it's looking at humanity, is in fact looking at the teachings of Moses.
Gotcha. So like the ways that the the Hebrew scriptures say that like life sort of works and like how to live a good life, like that aligns in practice.
Right. So the Catholics would call this natural revelation. But I would say natural revelation includes within it the revelation of the role of people like Moses and even Jesus, but the role of the Jewish people as a, like, if you, I don't know how you look at world history and don't go, oh yeah, God chose these people for a special mission. I really don't understand how someone can look at world history and not see that.
For sure. I don't want to sound too critical, but just because it's popular doesn't mean it's true.
Correct. And right. I mean, I would say that that's actually more of a point towards our understanding of the Bible, because Islam and Christianity will say, hey, there's so many more of us who believe that Jesus is the Jewish Messiah, and why aren't you seeing that, right? Whereas I would say, I don't really care who you think is the Messiah. And Acts 5, Gamliel, right? I'm not going to stand, like, if Jesus is the Messiah, I am the last person to say no. Like, okay, fine. If he's the Messiah, God can have whoever he wants as his Messiah. I don't think Jesus is the Messiah, but if he is, yay, right? What matters to me is a recognition that the revelation of Moses, at Sinai through Moses, is fundamental to understanding the God who runs this world. And both Christians and Muslims agree to that. And that's all I care about.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think like if you're talking to an atheist, they wouldn't completely resonate with that. But I see where you're coming from. Yeah, and so I do have to dip, but if you could put in the chat like some Jewish people to look at, because I remember you made a good joke that was like what lives in a tree and stores nuts for the winter. And I could say it sounds like a squirrel, but I'll say Jesus. And yeah, I mean, I get a lot of my Old Testament or Hebrew scripture knowledge from like Orthodox Christians. So it'd be good to have like a more Jewish understanding. I'm trying to learn from three main types of sources: scholars, Jewish people, and the church fathers. So I don't know a whole lot of Jewish people or Jewish scholars. So if you could put those in the chat, that'd be awesome.
Sure. Cool. Yeah. And I'll talk about them. You can watch the video later. Have fun in your Bible study. God bless you.
Thank you so much for letting me on. I'll be here in the future.
Cool. It's awesome. Great having you.
Thank you, Jacob.
Sure. Bye.
See ya.
Okay. So in terms of having a Jewish view of the Bible, Chabad.org is really good. Sefaria.org. So Chabad.org. I am setting that. Sefaria.org. And it's funny, but I was at the Lord of Spirits convention, and Bishop Alexander Golitsyn was giving a presentation on good resources on Judaism, and he recommended Chabad.org and Sefaria.org, which it was eminently hilarious to me. the main Jewish commentator on the Bible is Rashi, Rabbi Shlomo Yitzhaki, and you can find translations of his commentaries, including on Sefaria.org and on Chabad.org. So in terms of Bible commentaries, for the 5 books of Moses, I always go to Rashi because that's the normal thing to start with. For the rest of the Bible, I generally use Malbim, who is available on Sefaria, but he's not always translated to English. And in terms of like trying to understand a Jewish view, I mean, you might even just look at the Bible study that David Busatil has on Thursdays on my channel. I like to think he's pretty good about presenting the Jewish view, even though he is, God have mercy on his soul, a Trinitarian. And I'm trying to think if there's anything else I would recommend just straight off.
What about the Rebbe?
Yeah, the Rebbe's not. He's not beginner stuff. Like,
right.
Yeah, the Rebbe, I would say you probably want to have some grounding. Let me actually find. Let me find that Christina Hayes, or it's Christine Hayes, lecture Yale. I think there's a.
Yeah. Also, would you recommend Rabbi Michael Skobac?
Oh, Rabbi Skobac is great. Tanakh Talk is great. But it's very, very. It can be. Rabbi Skobac isn't as obviously trying to refute Christianity as Tovia Singer is, and like Tanakh Talk can be a little bit more combative, and it's not like Rabbi Skobac does a lot of just explaining basic Judaism. His work is very much counter missionary. I'm trying to think who might be somebody good. I mean, Rabbi Sachs is obviously very good. I'm trying to think who would be Rabbi Breitowitz. I love Rabbi Breitowitz. Let me put Rabbi Breitowitz on the thing. Rabbi Breitowitz, you can find his stuff on. Wow, YouTube rejected my comment because it thought it was Rabbi Breitowitz is spam. Really? Okay. What?
So I was going to say, I think Rabbi Sachs is great. However, the only thing is, so if he's trying to come from a particularly like Jewish perspective, I don't know if Rabbi Sachs is necessarily the best resource, because I think Rabbi Sachs does try to integrate it with non-Jewish philosophical and scientific concepts a lot.
Well, Rabbi Sachs always presents a Jewish view, but he tries to present it in a way that's acceptable and understandable to Gentiles. I wouldn't say that he waters down Judaism. There are people who water down Judaism, and I am not a fan. But I wouldn't say that applies to him. Anyway, Andre, how have you been?
Good. I was saying this that Australia's in summer, as you know. Like, I always tell people it's hot here, and it's like, well, that's right. You guys have summer, summer down under.
Well, it's summer down under, and it's also summer here in Los Angeles, pretty much, because like our weather is kind of summerish. But yeah, it must be really hot. It gets really hot in Australia.
Yeah, last week there was the start of a heat wave. First day was 39 Celsius. Next one was 43, then 44. So that's about 110 to 112 Fahrenheit.
Wow. Yeah, that's a lot.
And now today is it's gonna be 31. It's 27 at the moment, which is like 104, I think.
Let me get Lucky an ice cube because he's not doing well. I'll be right back.
All right. Hey Kirk, how have you been?
Do I know you?
Yeah, we've talked like a long time ago on Jacob's Just Chatting.
Who are you?
I've been in like this little corner, and like I'm friends with like Mark Lefevre and so on.
Okay, what do you do?
What do you mean? What do I do?
Well, what do you think I mean? What do you do?
I don't know. Like,
okay, I would say that what I mean by what do you do is what most people mean by what do you do, which is what do you do professionally.
I was studying cybersecurity. I don't have a career at the moment. I'm trained in audio engineering though, and music production.
Andre is a NEET, although no, I guess you are in education.
Yeah.
What was I saying? So one of Lucky's teeth is just hanging by a bit, and it's bothering him. So I have been giving him ice cubes, and he really likes it.
Is that the cat? Is the cat or the dog?
No, that's the dog. Yeah, he's 5 months old and he's teething, and one of his teeth is like his baby teeth is just about to fall. It's been falling off for 2 days, but it's also been hurting him for 2 days. And I've been giving him frozen carrots, and I've been giving him apples, and I've been giving him. Do dogs have milk teeth? Yes, they do. That's what's fallen. Is his milk teeth. And there's one of them that just needs to fall already. But ice cubes, apparently, he loves ice cubes. I've been giving him ice cube after ice cube the last couple of days.
Oh, so he's a big hip hop fan.
Yeah. So you've been doing music stuff, Andre?
I haven't in a while, but my record label I'm gonna get going again. So my best friend, I hadn't heard from him in like 18 months, 20 months. And then finally a couple of months ago, I got a message from him, and I was like, oh, thank God it's alive. And long story short, he sort of had a spiral, and he was messaging me from the psych ward. So I FaceTimed him in the psych ward, and like it was in a safe place. He was getting stuff together, and we sort of caught up on everything. But we've been best friends for like 6-7 years and produced music together. And he sent me a bunch of tracks he had, and I said, look, I want to get my Bandcamp label running again. I want to have your debut like EP release or album release, and put through my label and put that together, because I think he's had a track released here and there, but he hasn't had an EP assign him. And I mean, I don't make any money on like my label, but like that's not really the point of it. It was to like curate both international and local artists. They're like very talented, and so put the whole aesthetic together, because it is techno, so it's very like chin strokey and sort of cerebral rather than just pounding heavy music.
Well, you know the music channel on my Discord. You're always welcome to post songs there.
I think I'd need to actually join your Discord, because I don't know if I had made a new account or like I had to Can I grab a link for it from you in the
There
private chat?
should be one in the description of this video.
I'll have a look.
And if that one's not working, then I need to make a new one.
I just wanted to say I'm sorry if I was grilling you, Andre. I have a hard time when talking to new people. I'm
No.
on spectrum.
No, you're fine, Kirk. Like I haven't been on here for quite a while, and also like when we talked, it was quite a while back, and it was briefly like a couple of times. So, I wouldn't sort of put it past anyone else to sort of be like, oh, have we met? Like, who are you?
Yeah.
So don't worry about being Kurt with me. Like you're fine.
Oh wow! I thought this was science fiction, but apparently it's true. So I'm gonna read what Grok says. Yes, some peer-to-peer cell phone apps are functioning in Iran during the current nationwide internet blackout, ongoing since January 8th, 2026, primarily through offline mesh networking via Bluetooth and or Wi-Fi direct. These tools allow limited proximity-based communication without relying on cellular data, Wi-Fi internet, or central servers. Messages hop from device to device among nearby users, forming ad hoc networks. This is especially useful in crowded protest areas, neighborhoods, and or gatherings where many people have the app installed, as the mesh can extend range through relays. Though real-world effectiveness depends on user density, device proximity 10 to 100 meters per hop, and environmental factors like buildings interfering with signals. Key apps reported in use or surging during 2026 blackout. BitChat, developed by Jack Dorsey, launched July 2025. This has been the most prominent surge in adoption among the current crisis. It's a Bluetooth low-energy mesh messaging app with end-to-end encryption, no logins, SIM internet required, panic wipe mode, and open source code. Reports, including Reuters and X posts from activists, indicate downloads and usage tripled in Iran since the blackout began, with a localized Persian fork called Nokta. Oh, Nokta, I guess, means dots. Adding Farsi support and features like emergency data wipe. It's been highlighted as a protester's secret weapon for coordination. I guess there's an older one, Briar. Let me see if they any idea how many people on the bit chat. And then let me find Andre. Did you join? There you are. There's Andre. And you have access to my server now. And
Thank you.
there's a music channel there. Exact active user numbers for BitChat in Iran or globally as of January 18, 2026 aren't publicly available in precise real-time figures. The app is decentralized, offline focused, and doesn't rely on central servers for tracking. So metrics come from App Store data, third-party analytics, developer reports, and media estimates. Usage surge, download spikes. Weekly downloads reached 400 to 438,000 during peak crisis periods. I'm wondering if it can it be distributed without direct download or internet access. Because I'm wondering if it's being distributed. Yeah, I mean, sounds like wow. This I mean, if this is working, it's doing some heavy lifting. That's amazing. You learn something new every single day.
Yeah, it's like the IoT, Internet of Things.
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't know if you heard the story. There was was it a set-top box, or was like there was some sort of device that was used in, I think it was Korea or something like that. It was hacked to make a botnet that did the largest DDoS in history because it was the firmware had a back end in it, and the company who made it maliciously put it in there to DDoS their competitor to take their machines offline, and by massively distributing them all as a botnet. Is that clear? Is that clear? Cool.
In terms of distributing, like, yeah, but in terms of communications networks, like if every cell phone can be a node, I mean, in Tehran there must be a lot of coverage. Wow. I bought Lucky some toys, and he has totally been chewing up the box of the toys. He loved the box like you wouldn't believe.
Yeah, same with my cat. Like, I bought her a bunch of toys, and like some apparently had like catnip in them and stuff like that. She played with them for a bit, and sometimes if like I'll throw them around, she'll like hunt them. But then like I bring a cardboard box in, and she like sit in it, walk up to it, like chew on it, and it's like the cardboard box is more entertaining than the toy.
Cats love cardboard. Yeah, dogs too.
Yeah.
Well, some dogs. Lucky really likes cardboard.
When you say Lucky, just making me think of was that Samuel Beckett play Waiting for Godot? Because the have you heard of it?
I've heard of it. Yeah.
The clown in it is called Lucky.
Really?
Yeah.
I did not remember that.
There was an Australian sketch show called The Chaser. The Chasers were on everything, and they had a little sketch where they made fun of Waiting for Godot, and like made it like all comedic, and they said like now introducing the clown to play Lucky with the ironically tinged name.
Okay.
What do I think of the Noahide laws?
Honestly, like, are you going to engage with Claire?
Yeah, that's what I just said before. That's the Claire call, right?
That is our good stalker, Claire. The only person who has been very active on the internet for 20 years and has a following of 0.
So, Andre, are you like a? And this is in all seriousness, are you like a Christian?
Yeah, like technically, like I should be a better Christian, but like I've studied Christian ministry, and I'm licensed as like a minister and marriage officiant, which I did a few years back online. But in keeping to Christendom, like I could do a lot better job.
Well, good for you.
I mean, it is written like the New Testament, like Jesus chose his apostles and his ministry to be just standard, ordinary men, because not people in positions of power. So, because New Testament says that everyone is born into sin because of the Garden of Eden and the sin of fallen man.
So Andre, so you're doing cybersecurity, you said?
Yeah, I got about 8 or 9 months into the course, but I fell behind a bit because moving house and some mental illness stuff. So I've got to sort of pick my feet back up and jump back into it, or figure out what I'm doing this year. But in the meantime, I've been sort of putting my life into it a lot more, like getting exercise and structuring life and finance and budget and so on. So it's always like sort of stepping forward and not looking back.
Yeah, well, that's important. I mean, so the reason I asked is because I was going to ask if you were good at like STEM in general.
STEM, yeah. I mean, I dropped out of a mechanical engineering degree for various reasons, but I've studied like some amount of high-level mathematics and physics on my own, some chemistry, a lot of electronics and coding.
Yeah. I think physics is really interesting.
Yeah, and I mean, there are a lot of parts of it which get super interesting. Like a lot of people like dig quantum physics even though they don't understand it, but there are parts that go beyond that which like will warp your mind. Like there's a list on Wikipedia of hypothetical particles, and there are things like I think it's called like anti-symmetry antiparticles, where if you think of like an antiparticle, so like an electron has a positron and they cancel each other out and annihilate, but an anti-symmetry antiparticle cancels out the symmetry and like the spin of certain particles. So like in quantum physics you have like a quark and like has a different charge, has a like a flavor and has a spin. This particle eliminates the spin and basically nullifies that particle without destroying it. So it's the properties of the particle itself rather than like the material.
Yeah, I don't know much about the specifics of particle physics, but I get the basic gist of like energy and like isn't the basic principle of quantum mechanics that light has properties like wave particle duality and stuff like that, and energy is in discrete quanta.
That's one of them. Like the wave particle duality is that depending on like it's like the Heisenberg laws is that like when you try and in a quantum realm observe a particle, you can observe the speed it's traveling at. You can't observe the position, but if you try and observe the position, you won't be able to observe the speed. And just like with like the split experiment where you fire a photon through like a very small split, depending on how you observe it, it can either be observed as waves or it can be observed as quantum, quanta or photons. But it depends on the observation point, so it goes into like the relativistic side.
Yeah. Yeah, and I don't know much about quantum physics, but I'm interested in some of the philosophical implications of it, specifically related to philosophy of space and time. Yeah.
Well, I mean, philosophically, like space and time would go more onto like relativistic physics, and not so much quantum physics. And like relativistic, like general relativity is what happens on like a cosmological scale, like a large spectrum scale. Not so much on like the very small and sort of minute realm. But like philosophically, it's hard to really determine. Like the one thing that people really point to is Brownian motion. The fact that like you can have one particle here and one particle there, and this one like flips its spin up and the other one will flip its spin down automatically, and like in sync with each other, not depending on the distance. And some people point to that as being like proving that free will is sort of incorrect and that determinism or causality can be at fault.
Yeah, I don't think you can use science to disprove free will like that.
It's not. They like lean into it a bit. Like it's more so like, I mean, causality scientifically can't be proven concretely, and at least in like the ideas of like Immanuel Kant, you can't prove with reason that causality actually scientifically works. And again, like Mark Lefebvre could like lecture about this at length, why causality isn't true and so on. But like what we think of causality, it's more like a chain of causality rather than concrete reason and like knowledge to it without a doubt 100% that like there's a chain of action where action A caused effect B.
Yeah, I don't know if you're familiar at all with have you ever heard of the theoretical physicist Lee Smolin?
No, I haven't.
Okay, so I've heard he has this theory of temporal naturalism, where he says that basically what exists are not substances like in classic Aristotelian physics, but in like quantum events. To my understanding, he says are fundamental. And so, like, yeah, there is this an idea that like the fundamental nature of reality is like events causing events rather than like substances, like process ontology.
Oh yeah. I mean, so Slavoj Žižek actually has a book about events entirely. I think it's just called Events. It is behind me. Let me just have a look. Might be on another shelf. Oh yeah, I can grab it in a moment. But he writes about like philosophically how things are experienced as events rather than so it's like an epistemological experiential take on discerning the world rather than sort of a substance object subjective objective framework.
Yeah, I'll give it a look. Oh, I'm just seeing in chat Jacob saying tens of thousands of people dead. Yeah.
I'll drop a link in the private chat, Kirk, to the Amazon link of the book I'm talking about.
Yeah, I find it interesting, and I mean, have you? I haven't read Zizek, but I have read a lot of Kant, and to my understanding, Kant's basic view is that causality is like an a priori category of the mind.
I'm not exactly sure what Kant says about causality, but like he's sort of very big on like idealism and reason, and everything is basically of the mind. But one of Kant's fundamental views of epistemology is basically that human beings can only know everything to a certain amount of reason, but not concretely, in that we can never have like 100% of knowledge of any situation. We can only have our perspective and our perception of it. Therefore, like we cannot fully reasonably know anything or ascertain anything. We can only sort of reasonably sort of to a certain threshold know something to be so or to be not so. And Kant has different sort of, I think, called similar like qualia. So it's like there's a redness to a thing. There's like a roundness to a round thing, and so on. So you don't just look at a tree as an object. You look at the tree has a treeness. The tree has like a tallness, and those like manifest properties of what it is.
Yeah, I know about Kant's idealism. I've actually been reading the Critique of Pure Reason. I'm just saying that like one of the things I have read is that he said causality is an a priori category to make experience sensible, and to tie this into quantum physics, I think that would tie into some sort of view like Smolins, where it's not that substance exists, because substance is just a category that our minds impose on our understanding, but rather that events exist and that we structure it with our mind.
Well, in that sense as well, like events are just a category and a concept that our mind uses to perceive things and comprehend things. Like whether or not events exist or not, we can't actually say, because objectively, outside of like our own understanding and our own perception and experiences, we don't know if events are truly real or not. We perceive them to, like, we comprehend structure and like everything through narrative and through time, and combine that with space and sort of the ontological sense that things are either being or non-being, or they exist or not. But unless we have some sort of primordial like outer view, like a god would have, we can't really know whether events are just a structure of our own mind or whether like they're objective, universal, real things.
Yeah, well, I just think that they're real for us.
Yeah, they're real for us, but whether they're real sort of objectively is what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but I just don't think it matters. I mean,
yeah, pragmatically, it doesn't matter, because we're not really going to experience life outside of a human mind. But if one day somehow we surpass consciousness and are able to transcend it, if and when that could be, then we would know whether or not that's important or not.
Yeah. Okay. I won't ask what someone does for a living ever again. Jacob.
That's not true. But you have to learn how to recognize, how to ask things and let people not answer them if they don't want to.
Okay. Andre, I'm sorry if I asked you a question and didn't let you not answer if you didn't want to.
No, it was more so that you needed to rephrase it.
Okay.
So, like, when you said, I mean what anyone else would mean by asking that, you could have rephrased into, so like, what do you do for a job? What do you do for a hobby? Or what do you do, like, to keep yourself afloat, or whatever? Like, that was the sort of bluntness, I would say, maybe. I don't think it's outright rude just to ask someone, what do you do for a job?
Yeah.
Yeah, it did kind of become interrogation, but it's fine. He's learning.
Yeah. I mean, I know this is not really. I'm not trying to use this as an excuse, but I am 18, so
He's 18. He's autistic.
Yeah,
he's on the internet.
It's totally fine. Like I'm the person who reined in Mark and Manuel for many years. If I can handle like the brunt of many hours of Mark Lefebvre, I can handle like most things. Like it was a little blunt, but like not really that rude. It's totally fine.
I don't know much about what my perspective on Mark Lefebvre is. He's an interesting guy with some interesting ideas, but the problem is he seems to say things he seems to know not a lot about, and seems to think that his position is the right position.
Yeah. He like for the many pluses he has, like he definitely like will take the side of like I'm speaking on the side of authority on something, like no matter what it is. And he's a very smart guy, so he does know a lot of things and can like intuit things and infer things. But there are times where like he's just talked on things I know he doesn't really know about. I'm like, okay, it's okay, Mark.
IKEA, no. Honestly, it's a normal part of conversation with people. It's just you have to know to allow people to answer it how they want and not to press it.
Yeah. Well, so Andrew, I don't know if you watch Jacob streams frequently, but I plan on well actually so recently I decided to not become an actuary. I decided so I asked my parents about this. They said that I could go into stock portfolio management without becoming an actuary. But I'm planning on going into finance, and I think I'll have to learn a lot of math to do that. So I think if you're good with math, maybe you could teach me sometime.
Well, my recommendation was to take the actuarial exam and do well on it. I'm not saying you necessarily need to become an actuary, but preparing for the actuarial exam is a very good way of knowing how good your math is.
Yeah, that is very true, because actuaries and like need more so like higher maths than statisticians mostly need. It's like a statistician on steroids. And
Yeah.
if you want to go into both like high maths and sort of actuary terms, as well as finance, going into quant, like is where like the huge numbers are at. But it's very very dry, very sort of high mathematical ability and like high entry level.
Yeah, but the thing is, I'm not that great at math. Like, I know the most math I know is like I know a little bit of linear algebra and I know a little bit of calculus, but
Right.
like that's about it. So I don't know anything, and I know like the basics of probability theory. Like if you like I get the basics of probability theory, but like I need to learn a lot more math. Um, and the thing is, I don't necessarily want to learn enough to pass the actuarial exam. I just want to know however much I need to go into stock portfolio management, which I would imagine is a lot less.
I mean, you'll need to know, like do a lot of stuff on data analysis, as well as how to do research design, statistical modeling, maybe like bifurcation theory. You'll like dynamical systems, high level calculus, most likely to a certain point. A lot of it is just statistical modeling, and being able to read that and pass information. And then probability theory, it really depends on sort of what level you are at. But yeah, there's a lot of statistical math is a weird area, because at its base level it's sort of quite simple, but like when you get up and up in the leagues of it, it gets quite complex.
Yeah.
So, Paul, there's I forget which country, but one of the Scandinavian countries, people's income tax returns are public information. Anybody can look at. So everyone knows exactly how much everybody earns. And frankly, I think that's not a bad thing. I think it makes for a much more honest society. But like, yeah. I once had a woman at a party, a nurse, ask me what I did for a living. And when I said I did transcription, she actually sniffed and walked away from me. I didn't realize people actually did that. there are people who will do that. And honestly, what I have found is that nurses, like, they get paid really well because they do hard work, but they get paid, I think, a little bit maybe too well. And I think there's a lot of nurses who have way too high of an opinion of themselves. That is an occupational hazard of nurses. So, yeah. Sam the Libertarian is our stats guy. He's a world-class, highly published stats guru. This is true.
Yeah.
You know who I know that is big into stats that you don't like? Who is also Jewish?
Oh, bad stats.
Yeah.
Well, the funny thing with bad stats is, from what I can tell, he's not actually very good at math. Like, you would think. I mean,
Yeah.
he seems to like to pretend that he knows higher math and physics, but from what I have seen, that's not necessarily true.
I haven't seen him like profess any sort of like grasp of like the high level maths that was on the Eric Weinstein Discord years ago. And he did once present a paper that I didn't actually see about something statistics, but
he has a really large YouTube account. Twitter account, which I'm
he does.
surprised. Yeah, unfortunately.
But to his credit, like a couple of his videos that on his YouTube, like were quite great. Like he did an edit of Jordan Peterson, and then he also did like a song. Now I can't remember if what his account is.
Honestly, like, I don't think I know anyone with a more ridiculous
persona.
Yeah, and collection of stupid ideas than bad stats.
Yeah.
Paul says, I do think it's a boring conversation that never makes it past what do you do? But I also think we spend most of our waking hours there. It's not a bad thing necessarily, but context matters, of course. Yeah, and what a person decides that they want to do in life, it tells you a lot about that person.
Okay, and what do you think? So, what do you think me going into stock portfolio management says about me?
You haven't actually done it yet.
Okay.
There's a big difference between actually, like, it's one thing to ask a kid what they want to do when they grow up, and it's a completely other thing to ask people what have they done when they grew up.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like when I tell people my age and they go, oh, and you're not married, like you don't have a family, like why not? Like what went wrong? And it's like, you know, they're like, yes, like being on like more conservative sort of side of YouTube, like more religious, like that is the goal for most people, and it's an amicable and amiable goal, but people aren't also like realistic, and they don't realize there are people that like go through life and like they never have a family or have kids, that like they might not ever find someone, and by saying like, oh, what have you done wrong, or like why aren't you actually searching this, blah blah blah, like it's it's sort of like the asking about a job being blunt type thing, in a sense. It's like, oh, why don't you have a wife yet?
Lance is asking people to go encourage Freddie. Freddie's not been feeling so well, especially since his mom passed away. So that's not a bad idea.
Condolences.
Well, I've wandered through life doing a bunch of dead-end clerical jobs. Thanks for asking. my most important area of employment right now is holding things so that a puppy will chew on them.
Who's employing you to do that?
I am. And I'm paying myself $0 per hour to do this. But Lucky seems to enjoy it.
So I've got 3 LCD screens up at the moment. I was at 4, but 2 of my LCDs broke when I was moving house. Because the way they're made nowadays is like, it's not like I've got an older BenQ right next to me, like I think it's 27-inch, and it's from a while back. That's sort of got a little bit, not glass, but like you would have to like, the screen would crack and you could see it if you broke it. Whereas I had a 32-inch Acer like gaming monitor, like a curved one, and I literally sort of held it with one hand and moved to a side when I was moving a table in, and I must have pressed a little bit too hard, because when you turn it on, it just sort of like you get that rainbow sort of broken LCD look. And I was like, what the hell? And so I was at 4, but now I'm at 3. I've got to buy another one soon. But I'm looking at
when monitors were actually very, very heavy.
CRTs.
I guess.
I've still got a photo from my computer setup when I was 11 or 12. I had 4 17-inch CRT monitors set up as 2 dual screen setups.
I had a K-Pro 2, which was the first kind of sort of laptop. It was definitely not a laptop. Go ahead and look up a K-Pro 2, and you will find my K-Pro 2, KAYPRO 2. That's what I had when I was a kid. I even took it to school a couple of times.
So it's like sort of green screen type terminal, like after like the Amstrad and so on,
and
just before the like Apple II and stuff like that.
And you could you could fold, the keyboard was, you could put it in onto the rest of it, and it was a very, very heavy suitcase, but you could take it like it was portable. So it was one of the first portable computers.
Yeah, I've got where is it? In my room somewhere. Let me have a look. Might have moved it. I have I've got a picture of it, but there's like a board which has like a bunch of like golden cylinder type things, and it's from a Fujitsu 1978 supercomputer. It's a power and heat distributing unit, and let's see, MCC. Let me just pull up the link.
Dawn says, just hope all those teeth come out on their own. I had to have one of my puppy's impacted teeth surgically removed. I don't think it's a question of impact. This one tooth that's bothering him is like hanging off to the side, like it's very, very loose, but it hasn't fallen off, and it's been bothering him for like at least 24 hours.
If you look in the private chat, that's the picture of and the link to what I'm talking about. It's in my room somewhere.
What is that?
So it's for heat generation. What's the word? Like it's for dissipating heat. on the Facom M190, which is it brings me back to like the wrong fidget thing, and also the Armdale computer. So it's a mainframe. The Armdale 470V/6 was a plug-compatible mainframe computer designed by IBM. It was a less expensive, more reliable and fast replacement for System 370. Armdale uses large-scale integration semiconductor technology, bipolar emitted coupled logic in the CPU with metal oxide semiconductor and main memory, and ultra-high-speed bipolar components in the cache memory, 32-bit CPU, 16-purpose general registers, 8 floating point registers, 8 scratch pad control registers, and 4 logical independent units. So basically, it's sort of it'd be programmed with assembly or Fortran. But yeah, this is 1975, I think.
Very interesting.
Yeah, it's like a cool paperweight / sort of thing to put on display in my room. I've got to get some picture frames as well, because I got some prints when I moved house.
Mm.
If you know of William Blake.
I have heard of William Blake. Okay.
So it's all the stuff he does is very, very religiously themed. I have one on that wall which is bodies being thrown in hell, and then there's another one on my wall which is you actually can see in the background, which is someone, I think it's an angel reaching and blessing someone. This is software work whilst I'm streaming. Logitech, with the Brio camera, has its own software. Oh, where did it go? And there you go.
Yeah, Andre's been missing for a while. He's back.
Oh, Lance. Yeah, it's been a while. It's great to see you.
Someone who shall remain unnamed just invited me to a wedding.
Oh, my package just got here. I'll be back in one moment. can tell that FedEx delivered this rather than Amazon or the Uber deliveries, because instead of just putting it under the doormat or putting it in the mailbox, they actually opened up like the fly screen door thing, the mesh door, and put the package between that and our door, like a wooden door. Like it's the most sort of secure delivery I've seen.
Trey, who let you on my stream?
What do you think? How's it going?
This is in your bed? No, this isn't in your bedroom. That's in your living room.
Yeah. I had to put the title right here, so in case any of this conversation gets clipped, you know, bad things don't happen to me.
Trey has so much politics on the brain. It's okay, Trey.
Yeah.
Life is not about politics.
I'm shut up. Yeah, you're right. Politically neutral all the way, baby. Ah.
I think Trey should read the Bible.
I think Trey should read the Bible too.
They're trying to make me keep the Sabbath. I don't know what to tell them. My church is saying, dude, you gotta try out the Sabbath thing. I'm like, I don't think that's for me.
We can barely hear you, and I don't understand any of your mumbling.
Wait. Ah.
Wrong microphone?
Okay. How about this?
Much better.
Much better?
Much better.
Yeah, okay. Boom. There we go.
So what were you saying, Trey?
I'm saying my church wants me to keep the Sabbath, and I don't know what to do about it. I mean,
what does that mean, keep the Sabbath? Like,
They're
they
like-
won't let you cut toilet paper on the perforations?
no, they want me to do that. You know what I mean? Like,
Say hi to David.
Jacob says hi. Yeah. Yeah, they're like, just there's this guy John Montgomery who's trying to like be orthodox but not be orthodox, and he's trying to basically be like, you guys should try having a Sabbath. You know, it's a 24-hour period. And I'm like, technically it's when the sunset goes and falls. So yes, it could be 24 hours, but it's not always true, is what I wanted to say. But so I'm just like, okay, you know, my group doesn't. I'm like, well, actually, you know, blah blah blah. The you know, what is it? The Second Temple Judaism. Like they don't care about any of that stuff. And I'm like, okay, well, I just gotta sit and enjoy my chud life.
There you go.
But yeah,
And
they just want me to
Sean,
like, I don't know.
can't answer you
stuff.
because if I do, you would think, but like maybe it is, maybe it's not.
Anyways,
not
to be the center of attention. How's everybody doing?
I'm well. I can't speak for anyone else.
My cough won't go away.
Okay.
I mean, Trey, if you're so Putnam pilled, shouldn't you listen to your community, right? Build that social capital?
I mean, I am. That's why I said I'm just shutting and accepting it, even though, you know, Protestants are just being dumb. I can't, you know, it's still Putnam pill to complain about it. I feel like that's like the key Protestant thing is complaining about things, but just doing the same exact thing, you know?
Could be.
So to go into Hebrew Bible study, I've been listening to Father Stephen's commentary on Luke, and I wanted to get your thoughts. So I think we talked about it before, but Father Stephen basically said that Jesus knew Greek because he was reading a codex, at least in the beginning of Luke, when he initially goes to the temple. And you said, no, that can't be true, that the Jews use Greek, or at least the group.
So it is obviously possible that Jesus spoke Greek. And if you believe the Gospels and the Christians' beliefs about Jesus, then he had to have also known Greek, because there are places where he makes puns, etc., in Greek. I personally, first of all, I don't believe Jesus was one person. I think he was an amalgam of many rabbis. But
which is, you know, I kind of want to get into that. Which can we call that a conspiracy theory, right?
why a conspiracy theory?
Actually, or like, you know, I don't have a definition of.
It's the opposite of a mythicist position. I just believe that the stories that came together, like, I'm not saying there wasn't somebody named James who had a brother named Jesus, and I think there were several Jesuses. I think there were plenty of people named Josh who were like local rabbis, and they got stories from various ones got shoved together into, probably there was a couple of main ones, right? But beside all of that, the like Jesus from the Galilee, like if you believe the way I do, when you look at the synoptics and then look at John, that John, I believe, was later edited, etc. Like, and I mean, I think this is Bart Ehrman and a lot of critical historical beliefs, including, I would say, possibly James Tabor.
Right.
Jesus probably came from a very, certainly Robert Eisenman, Jesus probably came from a very Hebrew zealous society where, like, even if somebody could learn Greek, they probably wouldn't, and they wouldn't speak Greek. And so I have no problem saying, okay, the stories in the Gospels where Jesus is speaking Greek are probably added, or, you know, of a different Jesus. But obviously a Christian can't say that.
I think, okay. So if there was like evidence that they found codexes, pretty much you would say, like, in Jewish villages, you would say, like, okay, Jews can speak Greek.
There were definitely Jews who spoke Greek. I mean, the Jewish community in Alexandria was very, very Greek speaking. Philo of Alexandria apparently didn't know Hebrew or Aramaic, but knew Greek.
Yes.
Right? So there were plenty of Jews who spoke Greek. Like, I have zero problem. In fact, I am very, very sure that Paul of Tarsus spoke Greek. I don't know if he spoke Hebrew, but he spoke Greek.
This guy, oh my gosh.
But, like, Paul of Tarsus wasn't from a small village in the Galilee. And his best friends weren't stonemasons, you know? And fishermen.
So you're just saying odds are low, but, like, Father Stephen's point is that if we found a codex in a local synagogue, would you say like that would change your mind on that, or
of the odds being low that Jesus was one of the people who spoke Greek?
Yeah.
Not really. I mean, I don't care that much.
Okay.
B, it's like definitely a possibility that he spoke Greek, but that would require me believing that he was well educated, that he came with that he came from a relatively wealthy family, right? And I'm not opposed to that either, but that's not the Jesus that the Christian Bible is really mostly describing.
It's interesting because I think that, like, each person makes their own personal Jesus, just to quote that great song. But I think that you have an interesting position where you've read different scholars and you're sort of like creating an amalgamation of Jesus, because like Tabor would probably say, oh, he was part of a scenic group that was very apocalyptic. Or you're saying, no, I'm not saying that's fully true, but I'm saying I'm taking a part of that and mixing with something else. Do you agree or disagree with that?
I am saying there's large numbers of theories that could fit the evidence we have. I am opposed to theories which are obviously contradicted by the evidence. I am opposed to theories that don't really explain the evidence. I think there are multiple theories which could explain what evidence we have.
Gotcha.
And frankly, like, I don't think it matters in any way, which is why I constantly talk about Acts 5. Like,
so
what did Jesus do?
Well, critique the Pharisees, to say the least, to say that. That's another thing I wanted to bring up.
Yeah.
I think we talked about that before.
Critiquing the Pharisees was a spectator sport during that time. Like, everybody was critiquing the Pharisees, including the Pharisees.
Yes, but I'm going to guess very few of them were flipping, tables in the temple,
No,
wait, and living to tell the tale, causing a riot and living to tell the tale. We have to say that
Jesus didn't live to tell the tale.
Exactly. We like you're saying everybody critiqued the Pharisees and it was just fine. Like, no,
and they all got killed.
And they all got killed, right? So like it's not like
Jesus was just one more rabbi who got killed. Like, there were thousands of rabbis just like Jesus who got killed.
Okay, so here's some part that I don't understand about that, right?
Yeah.
So
this is why Christians like focus on the resurrection. They're like, oh, it's different because Jesus was resurrected.
No, but so do you think, I'm going to guess you disagree that the depiction of the Pharisees in the Bible is accurate, right?
So depends how you understand it. Father Stephen is of the belief that there are places, especially in John, where the Pharisees are deliberately being shown making like the opposite of their own arguments, right? In order to show how they had lost their mind. Like how I go around and I talk about how racist the Democrats are, because the Democrats are constantly like, everybody who's not a Democrat is a racist. And
not everything's about politics, Jacob, but okay, continue.
No, it's about factions, Trey. Okay. Right? So Father Stephen is of the belief that the portrayal of the Pharisees in the Gospels, especially, but also I guess in the rest of the Christian Bible, presumes that you understand enough about the Pharisees to understand when the depiction is showing them doing very un-Pharisee things. Like, for example, Pharisees being against healing on Sabbath. Like, that would be like that's like Republicans for slavery, right? It wouldn't have happened.
Right? So why don't you think that would have happened?
We have hundreds of years of literature from before and after Jesus, where the fight between the Pharisees and the Sadducees, like to this day in the synagogue, we read a text that says you you extinguish a fire so that a sick person can sleep on the Sabbath in order to refute the Sadducees. Like that is something we do in synagogues today because for 2,000 years we've been like the Sadducees are wrong. Okay? It is completely bonkers to imagine that the Pharisees were opposed to healing on the Sabbath. Like it has things absolutely backwards.
So,
and Father Stephen's like, see, like somebody who actually knows Judaism would be like, these people are crazy.
I don't know that quote, but I guess my question is like, why are we assuming? So, second question. Would you agree that the Pharisees believed that the reason things were going good for the Jews is that no one was repenting of their sins and everyone wasn't acting correctly?
Things were going bad for the Jews?
Yes. That the Pharisees believed that everyone needed to repent for things to go good for the Jews.
Yeah.
And because people weren't repenting, things were bad.
All right. Yeah.
So why would it be crazy to think that they would take like an ultra form of legalism to the time to get more people in place?
What are you saying? I don't even understand what you're asking.
So like there's the whole fence analogy, right?
Yeah.
So like we can even look at like a
No. Okay. You have
no. You hear me out. I'm not making that argument. I'm saying that like they came up with the idea you shouldn't be near something, right? Wouldn't it make sense that if like people were more apocalyptic, that they would be more secure, try to be more forceful in their thinking, pretty much?
Yeah. Okay. What does that have to do with what we were talking about?
So my point is with the Pharisees.
Yeah.
Why doesn't it make sense that they went a little bit farther than they should?
Everybody, like the word Pharisee means somebody who went a little farther than they should. That's what the word means.
Right.
That's why they were called Pharisees. People were like, these guys.
Yeah.
So what are you saying?
So you're saying this could never happen, that they would ever say that you shouldn't be able to heal on the Sabbath. It's impossible.
Hold on.
Okay,
hold on. Okay. See, I was wondering if this is what you were misunderstanding.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go back to the Democrat-Republican analogy so you can understand this. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
The Republican Party was founded to be opposed to slavery. The first Republican president was Abraham Lincoln, and there was a whole civil war, right?
Yeah.
Now, imagine you're reading a book, and like in 1880, the Republicans are like the pro-slavery party.
Mm-hmm.
In 1880. Okay? Would you be like, well, it's possible that some Republicans were for slavery in 1880? Or would you be like, these people it's either portraying people being crazy or has no idea what the Republicans are about?
Yeah, that would make sense. It would be insane for that to be true, that they were post-slavery at that time. Yeah.
Okay, so in Second Temple Judaism, the Pharisees and the Sadducees, one of their big fights was when can you desecrate the Sabbath to save a life? And the Sadducees were like, no, you can't desecrate the Sabbath to save a life. And the Pharisees were like, yes, you should. Like that was one of the big fights that for hundreds of years, and frankly, the Samaritans, like this has been going on within Jewish communities for thousands of years. And the Pharisees have always been the ones who are like, no, you desecrate the Sabbath. Okay? And then you have the Gospels, which has it absolutely backwards.
Okay. So if I found an example of a Pharisee saying that you shouldn't heal on the Sabbath, would that change your mind on them and during the second temple period?
How would you find an example of a Pharisee? Like, again, you're like, what if I found you a Republican who was pro-slavery in 1860? Like, how is that person a Republican if he's pro-slavery in 1860?
Okay, you're saying that those are the two another thing. I'll look for it. I don't know.
I want you to understand what it means to be a Pharisee as opposed to a Sadducee. Like, these were the two big parties.
Yeah.
Right? That they had a big fight. The big fight was, do you desecrate the Sabbath to save people's lives? The Sadducees were like, no, you don't. And the Pharisees were like, yes, you do. And this was what they were fighting over. And in the Gospels, it's opposite. So you can explain that in several ways. One of them is to be like a Protestant and be like, oh, no. The Bible's right, and everything we know about history is wrong, because that's what a fundamentalist does. Or you can do what Father Stephen does, which is he's like, no. The text is assuming you know this, and therefore you understand that these Pharisees were not really Pharisees. Because obviously, just like a pro-slavery Republican in 1860, that would be ridiculous. A anti-healing on a Sabbath Pharisee in Second Temple times would be ridiculous, right? That's his understanding. There's another explanation, which I kind of sort of like, which is that just like Russians in Samizdat would write about how kind Stalin was, knowing that the people can't say, well, Stalin's such a horrible guy. Obviously, you don't think he's kind, right? Mm-hmm. So it was a way of saying something by saying the opposite. That seems like a possible thing to me. Or you can take the historical critical analysis and just say, oh, this was written by somebody hundreds of years later who didn't know what a Pharisee or a Sadducee was.
Okay. I could quibble about that, but I'll just...
You can quibble about everything, Trey. I've known you for years now.
Yeah.
There's nothing you cannot quibble about.
Okay, so that's defined. So then on the Messiah claims, would you say that anybody could sort of say there would be a Messiah without any repercussions, or what is your stance on that? Do you think that was accurate, that the Pharisees would pretty much remove what somebody got for that?
I am pulling up my favorite text in the whole wide world.
Yeah, Acts. Yeah. Let me ask you a question.
Do you know what text it is?
Yeah, it's Acts.
Acts what?
Oh, I forget.
Acts 5, verse 35. Mm-hmm. Well, let's start with 34. Then stood there up one in the council, a Pharisee named Gamaliel, a doctor of the law, had in reputation among all the people, and commanded to put the apostles forth a little space, and said unto them, Ye men of Israel, take heed to yourselves what ye intend to do as touching these men. For before these days rose up Theudas, boasting himself to be somebody. What does that mean? What was he boasting?
Somebody important?
That he was the Messiah.
Somebody.
To whom a number of men, about 400, joined themselves, who was slain. And all, as many as obeyed him, were scattered and brought to naught. After this rose up Judas of Galilee in the days of the taxing and drew away much people after him. Like, these people were going after him because what? They thought he was the Messiah. He also perished. And all, even as many as obeyed him, were dispersed. And now I say unto you, refrain from these men and let them alone. For if this counsel or this work be of men, it will come to naught. But if it be of God, ye cannot overthrow it, lest haply ye be found even to fight against God. And to him they agreed. Who's they? The Sanhedrin. This was a position which was very common among Jews.
Could you go up to 37 again?
Sure, why not?
Even as many obeyed him, were dispersed, and say unto you, refrain from these men, and let them alone, for the counsel of this work. Does the, and now I say unto you, does that mean like, and now I'm letting y'all know, like this is a new decree?
I'm guessing, no, I think it's he's just arguing. Although, I mean, like the one
it could be like, hey, you guys have killed all these messiahs. You guys should stop.
What do you mean you guys have killed all these messiahs?
You guys have
Sanhedrin didn't
all
kill these people.
Messiahs.
It was the Romans who did that.
Right, yes.
Yeah. Yeah, the Romans did not like anybody claiming to be the king of the Jews. Why? Because they claimed that they got to say who was the king of the Jews. So they killed anybody who was a pretender. The Jews, on the other hand, were like, anybody who will get rid of these Romans.
Right, okay, that makes sense. And Jesus wasn't going to get rid of the Romans.
Well, he obviously didn't do it.
Okay, so if there was a Jewish man who said that my kingdom is, not going to take over the Romans, but he still believed himself the Messiah, they're probably going to kill him, right?
Who? The Romans? What's your theory of the case? Why was Jesus put to death, and who put him to death?
Okay, right. The Romans put Jesus to death. I want to establish that very much so. Okay. I'm not trying to get in any trouble. Okay.
Okay. So why did they put him to death? Because claiming to be God was not something the Romans cared. Like, the Romans had lots of people claiming to be God. That wasn't their problem.
Here's what I understand, and of course, I'm listening to the commentary of Father Stephen, so I have no idea. I'm just talking to you to clarify if these things make sense. That the Romans, well, I just went through Luke, so I have to compare with John, right? Before I understand, Pontius Pilate was like, there's just this homeless guy in front of me. I don't know why we should kill him. And then the Jews said, no, you should kill him. And Jesus was going to get off with a warning, but instead they wanted to trade somebody else.
So that whole thing, right?
It didn't happen, right?
It's a very weird thing to even imagine happening, right?
Okay.
So this is one of the reasons a lot of people are like, the book of John is bullshit, right?
Well, this is in Luke.
This is in Luke? Well,
yeah, you can go to the end of Luke and we can
this
talk
is
about
part
it.
of the reason people think that the book of Luke was written even after John. Which I am increasingly being convinced of. Because when it comes down to it, the idea that you can tell me things happened with individual people, right? But like crowds of Jews in Jerusalem were demanding
crowds
Jesus
of
be put to death. Why?
So we could both agree there would be crowds of Jews during the Passover, right? That's not like a crazy thought, right?
Sure, there would be tons of crowds of Jews during the Passover.
And like we do understand the Romans really didn't like any like messianic fervor, right?
Correct. But why are the Jews the ones who are like, no, kill him, kill him? Like the Romans, yeah, that makes perfect sense. They're like, oh, if this guy becomes popular, he will take over, right? But if the people hate him that much, then the Romans would be like, okay, they hate him, so he's no problem to us, right? This is why there's a problem with the theory of the case. Like, what's your theory of the case? How does this make sense? Was Jesus very popular, or did everybody hate him?
That, like, how I see the I'm gonna drink some more water so I can lock in to say my full statement. There's some water. Okay. How I understand this Jesus figure is that he was like, at least in the Gospels, that he was a very stinky man who did not agree with the Pharisees, and he was more of a liability of keeping things the way they wanted to be. I don't think the Pharisees, you know, even that's a large title, I don't really think they wanted to like have another Messiah and have like another riot in the streets. Is that fair to say?
So that is the most common and popular view. That when it talks about the Jews, it's actually talking about the leadership who were happy with Roman rule, and they're the ones who are like, stop making trouble with the Romans, and those leaders were the ones who are like, oh no, he's really popular with a lot of the Jews, and he's going to cause an uprising, and the Romans are going to get mad at us, right? So that's the more popular and thing, like now Christian idea is no. Actually, most of the Jewish people, they like Jesus. It was just the leadership who was like the puppet government of the Romans who was working with the Romans, and they were like, wait. This guy's popular.
I don't think that's.
What do you mean?
I don't think the Pharisees were like, we love the Romans. The Romans are the best. I think they're like, these Romans, I think like they view the Romans as like a rabid dog, where it's like, if we move an inch, we're going to die. So we should be very careful in what we say. Okay. I think that's a separate view. And so like, maybe there were some other Jews at the time who also viewed it like, why is this person basically causing a ruckus here, pretty much?
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So you don't, that idea isn't crazy to happen, right? You think that's
not
reality.
Crazy if the idea is, oh, the masses actually like Jesus.
I don't know.
Because
I would assume it's probably like a small group, like probably like, 400 or 500 people, maybe less.
400 or 500 people is not a small group. I mean, have you ever gotten 400 or 500 people together?
Well, I needed to find it. If you're saying the masses, I'm like, okay, that's like 50% of the Jews, right? Like we're saying.
How many Jews do you think lived in Jerusalem 2,000 years ago? Like, you live in Los Angeles. I dare you to get 100 people together.
I would assume that it would be more than 400 or 500. I mean, I'd assume it'd be more than 1,000, right?
That is a large following.
Okay, look, we're just defining terms. When you said masses, I'm not going to make that claim that Jesus was like
I mean,
the top dog in all the cities.
the Gospels talk about the feeding of the 5,000, etc. So like,
the
Jesus was a very popular guy.
The feeding of the 500.
I thought there was a 5,000.
Was there 5,000?
I can ask Rock. Feeding of the 5,000.
Someone in the chat correct me.
Matthew, Mark,
Luke,
and John all talk about the feeding of the 5,000.
Okay, I always thought it was 500. I stand corrected then.
Ixnon says 5,000 plus women and children.
Mm-hmm. I forget the details of that story. So, of course I want to poke and be like, well, how many of them are followers of Jesus? You know what I mean? But
I mean, this is, I would say, the most popular and reasonable idea, which is, and that's why the NIV, whenever it talks about the Jews, it actually translates it as Jewish leaders. Because they're like, oh, Jesus was really popular. The Jewish leadership who worked with the Romans were like, this guy's going to cause us trouble.
Yeah. Okay. So we're in agreement on that it's not.
What do you mean we're in agreement? Like I told you before, my view is you can have any view that makes sense. There's many, like, I'm not giving you my view. I'm helping you make a view that has sense in it.
Okay. Okay. Cool.
My view is there were several Jesuses.
Right. Which we have no evidence for. Wait.
No.
Which we have no written documents. Which we have no written documents of someone saying that, right?
Actually, I mean, if you like,
you count the Talmud, or
you look at Jesus the Galilean, right? The question is, do you believe that stories about Jesus the Galilean got interspersed with Jesus of Nazareth? Like,
we don't have any written accounts of someone saying there's a guy, Jesus of Nazareth and Jesus of the Galilean, and those are two different people.
Oh, we definitely have that.
We do? Where?
There were tons of the name Jesus was very common, and there's a reason why they said Jesus of Nazareth, or Jesus the Galilean, or Jesus this, or Jesus that.
I get it. I'm saying
there were tons of
someone who was like, these Christians are crazy, and in the 50s, and was like, yeah, I think that in reality it's just the two stories mixed up. There was this Jesus of Nazareth.
I am not aware of anybody 2,000 years ago saying, oh, this must have been stories that got mixed together.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm not saying that my theory is thousands of years old.
Okay. That's all the questions I have. Sorry I take up everybody's time. I'm thinking of the other ones.
Well, I mean, I was gonna wrap up the stream already, but if you have questions,
quick, I have to come up with something. You don't think Jesus did that? So what do you mean that there was people critiquing the Pharisees all the time?
So the word Pharisee, Don says, thanks for this week's bonus Bible study. The word Pharisee is used in the Mishnah in a derogatory term. So the word Pharisee means somebody who is set apart. right?
Mhm.
So like, and the word was like, it started as like people being like, oh, those are the high and mighty guys. Like that's
Right.
what it means.
As a derogatory
Right?
term. Yeah.
Yeah, as a derogatory term. And in the Mishnah, it's used that way. And like in the Talmud, it's critical. But
Yeah.
like the people who were critical of them were part of the same group.
Hmm. Okay.
Like there is nothing more Pharisaic than to be critical of the Pharisee.
Need to be more critical of the Pharisees. So, like, there has to be a line that you think is going too far, right? Like we're talking, and I guess Pharisee is like too much of
So
a
in the
broad term.
Talmud,
Like,
one of my favorite stories is
mhm.
they're having a debate about when a chicken is I forget what exactly it was about a chicken, but like it was a question of how far does a chicken have to be? If I remember correctly, it's like how far does a chick have to be from a chicken before you say that it's not its mother, right?
Yeah.
And like they say 50 cubits, and Rabbi Yirmiyah is like, well, what if the chick has 1 foot within 50 cubits and the other foot outside of 50 cubits?
Mm-hmm.
And that's when they threw him out of the Beit Midrash, out of the study hall, because they were like, Yirmiyah, you went too far.
Yeah.
So like, yeah, there are ways of going too far, like it, and there are plenty of stories of like, actually the Talmud has a lot of these stories of like people who like asked questions or went off or whatever, but like the whole atmosphere, like that's what the Talmud is like an atmosphere of debate and discussion and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And
Mm-hmm.
it's not like there's very much in what Jesus says in the Gospels, which is outside the lines that other rabbis color. In fact, if anything, like what you might say, and some people do say, is Pharisaic Judaism was impacted by Christianity, and that's why the Talmud like has so many Jesus-like opinions in it.
Okay. So, are you saying that the reactions of the Pharisees are exaggerated, or are you saying
What do
that
you
they
mean
are
the
realistic?
reaction?
Like, I don't know, just like getting more and more mad at him, pretty much.
So okay. Well, first, let me give Lucky some food.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
Whilst you're doing that, Jacob, I'm going to head off.
Later on.
Sorry to take up the time.
No worries, Trey. Like, very interesting to listen to.
Yeah.
It was nice catching up with you guys. Again, all of you. Hope to see you another time. Take
Bye,
care.
Andrew.
Later, Andre.
Safe.
So well, what was your question again?
Let me be more concise.
Oh, that's what. Okay.
Can I be more concise in my question? I'm wondering, it seems Jesus is challenging their authority, and they have a reaction that they do believe he's actually challenging their authority and causing a
Who's
ruckus.
they?
The Jewish leaders.
Okay. So there
Is that an exaggeration? Is that correct?
what, like, I mean, I am sure there were leaders and there were people who like were critical of the leaders. The thing is, like, the leadership that we know was the Pharisaic leadership, which is the house of Hillel, right? So
Okay.
Hillel and his grandson Gamliel, right, and his great grandson Rebbe, who was the redactor of the Mishnah, right?
Mhm.
Like, Christianity is solidly within that stream as opposed to outside of it.
Mhm.
So, like, again, this is why Father Stephen's idea is that, oh, when it says the Pharisees were so critical of Jesus, it's showing that they're actually going against their own principles. And that's why he wrote his book, Paul the Pharisee, right? Because he's like, no, you guys, you have this idea that, like, Jesus was against Pharisaic Judaism. And he's like, no. Jesus is like, he's the one who kept Pharisaic Judaism, and, like, he understood it and he was right. And, like, the people who were against him weren't real Pharisees.
I need to reread that book because I read that book and I didn't get that part out of it. So that must have gone. Right, because I think in that book,
I don't think he
right.
says it that explicitly, although,
Yeah.
like, he has basically every single Christian saint be a student of Gamliel.
Mm-hmm. Of course, yeah. I remember why he doesn't say that.
When Paul was persecuting the church, like, very clearly, Father Stephen's like, oh, that's when he was disagreeing with Gamliel.
Okay.
So to answer, Ixnan says, so Jesus' healing could have been considered over the line by some leaders that would be labeled Pharisees. I don't see how that would be. I really don't. Jesus did say of the Pharisees, do as they say, not as they do at one point. Exactly. And, like, when you take a look at it, like, the understanding that you can have is one of, oh, Jesus was squarely within the Pharisees, and he was critical of them like other Pharisees. Unfortunately, that's definitely not how Martin Luther understood Jesus.
Maybe you did answer my question, but I still don't feel it was answered. Is the reaction reasonable?
What reaction?
To believe that because you're saying everyone's challenging the Pharisees. Look, it's a normal thing. Like, the idea that anybody would be mad at it or, like, have any effect about it.
That, like, try to kill him because he was not, like, that's ridiculous.
No, wait. I'm just, my question is that they believe that, like, his movement was challenging his authority, challenging.
But that would have nothing to do with challenging the Pharisees. It would have to do with challenging the Romans. I am sure there were people who were like, who said of pretty much all of the Pharisees, these people are causing problems with the Romans.
Okay.
But it's not a problem. They wouldn't be like, oh, this is an enemy of God. They would be like, this is an enemy of the Romans.
Okay. I got two other questions for you that Father Stephen brings up.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember it. I'm getting a little lost. Oh, okay. Father Stephen mentions that the Pharisaic leadership basically did a sort of land grab on the nearby nations. I may be getting this confused.
You're thinking of the Maccabees. And the Davidic kings, maybe.
That basically that the Pharisees controlled most of the land, and that they were loaning it actually to the nearby residents and taxing them.
I'm pretty sure that was the Sadducees, and
okay.
I think that's where the exact quote on your shirt comes from, be a Pharisee, because Father Stephen was like, during the intertestamental periods, the good
Mhm.
guys were Pharisees, and be a Pharisee. That was what he was talking about.
So the Sadducees controlled most of the land. Is that what you're saying?
Well, definitely most of the wealth. Yes.
Most of the wealth. Okay, I need to double check that. I don't even know if Father Steve will remember that because this is the 2017 lectures. Okay, and the second point is the point on divorce. Jesus' conversation with the Pharisees on divorce.
Did you see my response, which Yosef was like, "This is right."
You do 25 streams and you don't show which is important or not. So no, I didn't see it. So
it wasn't on stream. It was a response to your Discord message asking this question.
That I'm very confused. I didn't feel like it was. You just said, yeah, divorce is wrong. Don't do it.
I said, let me pull it
I'll
up.
go back to it, and then Jonathan said you should get married first, and I'm like,
this is a useful. I mean, it's Jacob's greatest hits, so I love playing Jacob's greatest hits. Where was it? Aha. So, probably a repeat question. Yes, definitely. But how does divorce work in Judaism? Doesn't God hate divorce?
Right.
Jacob's response. Matthew 19, 8 through 9, which I will quote. He saith to them, because Moses, by reason of the hardness of your heart, permitted you to put away your wives, but from the beginning it was not so. And I say to you that whosoever shall put away his wife, except for it be for fornication, and shall marry another, committeth adultery. And he that shall marry her that is put away committeth adultery.
Right.
And I said, in Aramaic, from the beginning is lechatchila, which it is. And I sent people to this very useful link on Mi Yodea, which I will put in the chat, where someone asks, to me, the phrase prohibited lechatchila from the beginning seems a bit confusing. Can someone explain what this means in plain and simple English? Context, someone says action X is prohibited from the beginning. Number one answer, 20 upvotes. Lechatchila means from the outset, meaning that before one did action X, the halacha was that it was forbidden. However, if one was not familiar with that halacha and did action X without knowing that there was a problem, then bidi eved, after the fact or after it was done, the halacha might be different, meaning the consequences of what was done would change. In practice, this means that if one goes to their local Orthodox rabbi and says, I did this, now what? The rabbi might say, lechatchila, in the beginning, that was forbidden, but bedi eved, now that it has been done, since you didn't know, it's not as big of a problem or whatever the halacha, bedi eved, once it was done, is. And that applies. So, yes, God hates divorce, lechatchila. In the beginning, like nobody should ever get a divorce. Bedi eved, if you are in a horrible marriage, like
wait. Okay, so continue.
Like there's somebody is doing fornication, then bedi eved, you can get a divorce.
Okay. I wanna repeat that back to you just so I understand it. You're saying that if somebody, I forgot the term, but it's basically saying if somebody commits a crime but they don't know it's a crime, there's a different halacha.
Well, okay, he introduces the if they don't know because we have this rule that if somebody did know what they were supposed to do lechatchila and they went against it, Like, let's say you marry somebody saying, "Oh, I could just get a divorce,"
Yeah.
right? And then you get married, like, and you say to the rabbi, "I want to get a divorce because I always knew." The rabbi is like going to be like, "No." So like in the beginning, we like this distinction, lachatchila b'di'evet, is a very common distinction that's made in Jewish law all the time, right?
Mm.
There are things which are ideal, lachatchila a priori, right? How things should be ideally. Ideally, nobody should get a divorce, right? And then
Yes.
there are situations which are basically these situations are what am I thinking? Like they're a concession to the problems that exist in the world, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, like Jesus says, the hardness of your hearts, right?
Yeah.
So there is the possibility of divorce. Like what Jesus says in Matthew is like perfectly within what Judaism says about divorce.
Who? Okay. So, okay.
Like
The
any
idea.
rabbi in the past 2,000 years could say the exact same thing Jesus says in Matthew.
Okay, maybe I need a follow-up question. So do you think that the Pharisees were divorcing women for like any reason?
So there is a famous debate in the there's a famous debate in the Talmud between Hillel and Shammai, which was before the time of Jesus, and probably why this was a live question. Shammai says that you can only divorce your wife for a if it's adultery.
Adultery? Yeah.
And Hillel says even if he doesn't like her cooking, he can divorce her. Right? And Jesus seems to be taking basically the Jewish opinion between these two, which is, look, yeah, Moses permitted divorce. So there exists this capacity to divorce.
Divorce under adultery.
No. Because the idea is, yeah, we go according to Hillel that he can, if he wants to, he really can. He doesn't like her cooking, he can go ahead and divorce her. But Jesus is like, no. Like, and this is Elu ve'elu divrei Elokim chaim. Like, there's a reason why the Talmud brings both opinions, Shammai and Hillel, right? It's like, you know, you could, but you know, you really shouldn't. And that's what Jesus says.
Okay, I'm confused because maybe I didn't understand. From what you read to me, it seemed like the only reason you can divorce is if it's under adultery. That's what it seems like. That's the whole speech that's being given from like the time begins and everything.
That's when you don't. That's if you aren't steeped in the halachic process and how Jews understand the halachic process. This is why I bring this example so much, right? The idea lechatchila and b'di'evet, right? These are things that we as Jews, like in the halachic process, we realize like this is a common thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
There are opinions you rely on because of the fallenness of the world, right? But really, what you should do, right? And when you understand things in that process, right? Jesus is fitting exactly in the, oh, Hillel says and Shammai says. So what I tell you is, you know what? You really shouldn't, but if you do, it's like Moses permitted it. So let's.
I'm so
does it
confused
not-
by that. Okay.
Does it mean that someone should not enter into marriage without serious intent, with the thought that there's an easy escape, thinking that right from the beginning, yeah, the person shouldn't do that. Not that there can't ever be a divorce. Also, in the Hebrew Bible, didn't adultery also include other things like bringing a foreign religion into the community? How many things would have constituted adultery besides sexual misbehavior? Was it Ezra who made all these men divorce their foreign wives? Well, divorcing the foreign wives, like, we don't believe that was even a divorce, because we don't believe Jews can marry Gentiles. But when it comes down to it, like, when you understand Jesus within the framework of Judaism, what he's saying is very difficult to understand for somebody who's from outside of a framework of Judaism. But like, Jewish casuistry is a thing, and Jesus acting like a rabbi within that casuistic situation, like, this is why, like, me and a bunch of other people, it's funny, this guy on Twitter who knows Judaism started reading the Gospels recently, and it's been hilarious to me how he starts tweeting out the exact same things that I started thinking when I started reading the Gospels for myself, because it's like, oh, you Christians have no effing clue what Jesus is saying, do you? And frankly, I mean, you really don't.
So in that conversation, this is the part I still don't understand what you're saying.
Out of her thing, yeah.
Still don't understand. So Jesus in this conversation, from what I understand, heals somebody on the Sabbath, and then basically he says, like, are you disregarding the law? And he says, well, let me give you law, and then he talks about the whole point about divorce. And it seems
no. He starts talking about David and the showbread, and I don't remember divorce being part of. I think you're confusing two different things.
I want to look it up. I want to look that up, but
I mean, I might be wrong, but I think you're confusing two different things. That's a different Jacob's greatest hit.
I'm going to chat GPT it, because on that, and you can grok it, okay? Or is there like a blue sky version of chat GPT or something that works?
I don't believe you can have intelligence on Blue Sky. Even artificial intelligence.
Good one. But wouldn't that be the only thing you could have, is artificial intelligence on Blue Sky? Not real intelligence. Anywho,
no, all you can have is re on Blue Sky, because that's all people do there.
The debate between Jesus and the Pharisees, where he brought up divorce as a retort.
So I asked Grok, does Jesus mention divorce in relation to the Sabbath in the Gospels? No, Jesus does not mention divorce in relation to the Sabbath in the Gospels. Yep. Ixton says Jesus said his bit about divorce when he was asked about divorce.
I need to find it. Okay.
You're
I
seriously
don't
trying
have the.
to find something that both Grok and Ixnan said doesn't exist.
I
Good job.
need
Find
to
it.
double check it because I remember.
If you find it, I will be very impressed.
Okay. Okay, I'd have to go back on that, but okay, all right, I have to put a pin in that. From what I remember is that there was some argument over the law, and the Pharisees were talking about how Jesus wasn't keeping the law, and Jesus responded by
Actually,
bringing up
how
divorce.
his followers weren't keeping the law, and he like that's where the whole master, like the Son of Man is master of the Sabbath line, right? Which is one of my Jacob's greatest hits on how Christians don't understand what the word Son of Man means.
Hmm. Okay, I'll table that for finding that reference, or maybe I don't.
We'll
Okay.
take you for a walk in a minute, Lucky, as soon as Trey finishes being autistic.
I'm asking the Jewish man questions. Isn't that what you want?
Autistic Gentiles do? Yes, that is exactly what autistic gingers do.
Normal questions, but I'll take that. Okay, so I have two things to research. Also ask about the Sadducees. Okay, you gotta walk the dog, and I think that's all I got.
Okay, people.
Okay. Good night, everyone.
Good night. I'm going to use host's prerogative to put the Reverend Parcells to bed because he does need to get up in the morning.
Sorry, Reverend. Thank you.
But before he goes, I have a question. Let's say, God forbid, that I were to burn somebody at the stake for not being a Trinitarian. And I did not repent of that. Is that a salvation issue?
Sometimes Jacob takes that devil's advocate thing too
Isn't there
far.
a proverb that says something like "Don't answer a fool according to his folly"?
But there's a proverb that says "Answer a fool according to his folly."
There is. Exactly right. And I'm going to leave it to you guys to determine, which of those was applicable in this situation as I go. So, but anyhow, good.
Thank you, Reverend.
Good to
Thank
chat
you.
with you all.
Thank you.
Good night.
The